assume that there is a significant delay between me and YouTube. Also, let me know volume levels, how we're doing as far as music versus voice. Starting a little early so that I can get my beautiful beta testers who are here with me, Mandy and Amy. Thank you so much. Okay, let's try the mic again. Can we hear me versus music? I'm going to turn music down just a little bit more here. I'm kind of trying to keep the music up just a little bit because just before I started going live, my roommate started blasting some music, so I'm trying to make sure I'm drowning him out because his music will very likely be not copyright free. Okay, I think we're at a level that we'll have to play it out to see how it goes for right now. So I'm going to just get into it and hope. Well, we've only got 2 minutes to go before the stream actually starts, so I'll just chat a minute here. Yeah, again, it's tough too because obviously the music is going to go up and down a little bit. It's not perfected for streaming, but at least it's better than nothing, and it is copyright free, so that's wonderful. I've linked the playlist down below in the description box as to the person providing the copyright free music. It is through YouTube, so I really appreciate that. I dance a lot, so you're gonna have to deal with that, and I'm gonna forget that I'm on screen, so you're gonna see some weird stuff. I'm gonna have to like continually move over because this is where my camera is aimed. This is where my lighting is over here, so I'm gonna be turned a little bit away from the camera if we're doing anything in hand motions. So, and this is the best quality my camera gets at the moment because it is not the greatest quality. It's just a cheap one because I wasn't sure if this was even gonna work, so I just grabbed whatever was on sale at the moment, and it doesn't zoom, it doesn't do anything, but at least it's clear enough that you can see what's going on. So this as a beta test, as a quick little intro, I think will be sufficient for our needs for today at least, and I'm hoping maybe unboxing day or something there will be a decent sale that we can pick up, you know, something a little bit more suitable if this starts to take off and people are interested in it. So, hey Janine, hey Amy, hey Mandy, hey anybody else that's just lurking in the background. It is so good to have you here with me. I am so excited. It is now officially 3 p.m. Eastern time, so that is super exciting. I am getting comments about the nails. Yes, I do my nails myself. And, yeah, I do my nails every 2 weeks. Thanks, Amy. They're, you know, it's something that I have a lot of time on my hands. They do take about 3 hours for me to do them because trying to do it with your offhand is really, really difficult. But yeah, right now they're an extension with different colors underneath and glitter on top. So Hello everyone, both my mom and dad keep communicating in ways in the apartment that gets me crying and into autism meltdowns, and also keeps me crying and in autism meltdowns. I can't get away from it. Oh no! I'm so sorry, Brittany. That's really awful. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's really hard to when you can't get away from something and it's really grating on you. That's very that's very traumatic. That's very rough. So I'm sorry to hear that. So hi, Brittany, and welcome. Marilyn, welcome. Yeah. Give me just 1 second. I'm just going to pop the studio door closed now that roommates are moving around. I'll be literally a second and a half here. Okie dokie. We are back. So, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, happy whatever it is you celebrate. If you celebrate the solstice, if you're pagan, if you're Wiccan, I'm so happy that on the 21st the solstice went beautifully. Merry Christmas to Amy in the future. Christmas ticks over at about 3 hours here. Oh yes, you're in the UK, right? Do my nails have a builder gel? Not on this set, no. Actually, these ones are just glue on. Like, I use a UV glue to glue on the clear tips, and then I use just paint gel over top, UV paint gel over top. So they're actually quite thin. They don't have a builder at all, yet they hold really, really well just with the reinforcement of about 3 layers of regular paint gel on them. In the apartment, and I am in my bedroom in the back of the apartment. Nobody outside of the apartment, specifically my mom and dad, communicate in these ways to me. None of my coworkers does this too. Oh no, what way is that you need to be communicated with? I'm not sure exactly what it is that it is that you're needing. It's really hard. Netherlands. Oh, okay. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the nails, it's my new favorite way of doing nails. I don't know how they'll hold up to really hard labor, because right now mostly what I'm doing is coloring, artwork, computer editing, things like that, and basic gentle household chores. I haven't tested them against gardening or heavy dishes or anything like that, but so far I can get a good solid 2 weeks out of them. Here, let me look at my calendar, because I wrote down when I did my nails last. Yeah, so I actually did my nails on Sunday the 15th. This is when I did these, and now today this is what they look like. So they're holding up great. I'm really happy with this way of doing my nails. I think I'm gonna keep doing them this way for a while. I do have some builder gel and I have some poly gel. For those of you who are unaware, I was an esthetician in my former life, so I had a major in body waxing and a minor in nail tech. So they are done professionally, technically speaking, if you count the fact that I many years ago used to do nails as a profession. So yeah, okay, let's get back to you guys. Realized today you hadn't done your nails in over a year. Oh my goodness, time flies, doesn't it? Your nails are always awesome. Thank you, Mandy. That's really wonderful. Brittany, them saying bad stuff to me and telling me to stop it constantly, nonstop. Oh no, that's really hard. Marilyn, nails at home do take a long time. I use a rubber builder gel because I'm everything from dainty to tackle the crazies, so nails have to hold on. Yeah, no, I get that. Brittany, I want to use organic nail polish, and I can't find a brand that just uses ingredients that you and I can pronounce, since most nail polishes out there are made with toxic ingredients. Well, here's the thing, is a lot of nail polishes are made with ingredients that in their own right aren't great for us, but a lot of the time chemicals, when mixed with other chemicals, they really tend to be they become more benign. If they're put in the right context and they're mixed with the right things, they're diluted in the right ways, they can actually become less toxic. And of course, in certain doses, anything can be toxic, but generally speaking, and especially once they're cured, they're sealed in, so you don't end up actually getting those toxins into you. Not to mention your nails are made of keratin, which is basically the same thing as hair, and they're non-porous, so they don't actually absorb the chemicals. So generally speaking, as long as your nail products are made by a certified nail company and are not just sort of back alley, a lot of the times they're not going to contain enough toxicity to cause any human damage. I don't have enough information as far as things like what it does to the environment, like once you remove them and put them in the garbage or whatever. That I have to do more research on. I'm not 100% sure. I would love it if we could come up with like some compostable nails instead of like the plastic or vinyl based. But I mean, it's hard to say, right? I mean, there's certain things we have to sacrifice in order to get the look that we want. Okay, yes. So anyways, so now that we've gotten over the nails, we can come back to that later if you want. Let's get into something a little bit more artsy. So today, my roommate Troy, he decided that he wanted to go to the art store because he had a nibbling that needed something from the art store for Christmas. So he mentioned to me he was going, and I was like, oh my goodness, the art store, that is my favorite store. And he was like, well, you want to come with me? And I'm like, you have no idea what you've just done. But yes, I do want to go. So we went to the art store, and so I have a secret mini haul for all of you here who are on stream with me. I'm not going to do these in a video. I'm only going to do them in the stream, so there we go. The music's still too loud? Okay. Okay, I turned the music down a bit. I don't know if it was just that song or whatever, but hopefully it kind of stays down. But yeah, okay, so here we go. We've got a haul from the art store. So the first thing I'm pulling out of this bag, there's actually a surprising amount in here. I shouldn't have spent as much as I did because I don't have money, but I couldn't resist. The music's spiking, yep. What came with you from the art store? Ooh, I'm about to tell you. Like you even need to ask if you want to go. It's an auto go, obviously. There's a company that makes humectant-free acrylic gel that only sells to nail salons, though. Oh, well, if they only sell to nail salons, it depends. If they'll sell to licensed people, then technically I could get it. But if they'll only sell in bulk to retailers that are professionals, then obviously I can't get it because I can't buy in bulk. But I don't think I can turn me up. There isn't really an option for that. I don't know how you would do that. I mean, I can check my system settings for mic. Let me see. I don't even know where to begin on this. Control center. That's as low as I can go with the music, and unfortunately I have to be careful because again my roommate turned his music on, and so I have to drown it out just a little bit because if it's not copyright free I could get in trouble, so I have to kind of keep a little bit of the music in the background, but hopefully this is good. Hopefully this is enough for you. I'm trying to see. Camera's good, okay. I just want to see. Audio input capture. Okay. Actually, what if we change it to... Okay, how does this change anything? I'm really sorry about this, this issue here. Hold on. If we turn off that mic and we pause the music altogether. Okay, so the reason I'm making a big deal out of skincare products is I reacted to Burt's Bees before they were bought out by Clorox company that makes Clorox bleach acne face wash. I ended up with a rash on one. Hello there! How are you, Chrissy? Brittany, the more natural the product, the better. You need not justify yourself. Everyone has a need, and that is yours. Nothing wrong with that. First stream always has some technical... No kidding. We'll get it balanced, had some filters, etc. Yeah, a lot of people do react to things, but it's actually funny. People don't realize that you're more likely to react to a natural product than you are to react to a chemical product, actually. Because natural products are much more potent. They tend to have a lot of things in them that our bodies are much more used to reacting to, whereas a lot of those base chemicals that are used in skincare products, if they're made in a laboratory, they tend to be extremely benign and our bodies don't even really recognize them, so they don't tend to cause allergies. That's not to say they can't. Obviously they can, but it's just actually more likely that we'll get it from a natural product, interestingly enough. So. Okay. Not hearing any background noise from the flatmates, so I think you're okay. Okay, good. Like, it says on my audio that it's picking it up just a smudge, but I'm hoping that it's not enough that YouTube picks it up. Okay, if anybody starts hearing my roommate's music, you just let me know. Otherwise, we're going to go without my music in the background to try and make it easier on you guys. Okay, so are we ready to go back into this little secret special haul that I have for all of you that are in here? Marilyn, Chrissy, Brittany, Amy, Mandy, everybody else that's out there. Just for your eyes, so in case you missed it, I went to Michael's with my other roommate. I have 4 roommates if you include my husband. So I have 4 roommates now if you include my husband. So I went to the store with one roommate, and it is my other roommate who is playing music. So it is a busy household today. So I went to Michael's, and I just picked up a few things off the shelf just for funsies. So here's what we ended up with. So the first thing that fell into my cart totally by accident is these. Broadline Creatology Skin Tone Washable Markers. So these are obviously water-based, and I'm going to be using them mostly in like Camellia Angel Kova books and on my color by numbers, like my random color by numbers, and like my cheaper ones, not necessarily my really good ones or anything like that. But yeah, I thought that these would be kind of fun to play with. They're very inexpensive. They're the big broadline ones, and they feel really weird in your hand, just so you know. Like, it's very strange. Let me get a piece. Here's my slab paper, as I call it, all my junk paper. And they work just like a water-based marker ought to. So, very exciting. Hi, Susie. So that was the first item that I hauled. So they've got lots of like nice colors. There's no names, there's no numbers on the... Oh wait, there is a name. Look at that. We've got brown and mahogany, cocoa, dark brown, honey, apricot, golden brown, ivory, tan, and almond. So these are the Michael's brand, if you're not aware, Creatology. So they're just a kids brand. Like, they're just their kids brand. They keep it in the kids aisle. But it's like their Crayola competitor. And oh, that's a bit of a red one. I want to see this ivory. Ooh, wow, that's really light. I don't even know if the camera's picking up on that. Should I show you in this camera, maybe? Yeah, right there. It's pretty light. I don't know why I have that random beam of light coming down. That's really random. That must be from my halogens. I've never seen that beam of light before. Ever. I don't know what's going on. Okay, well, whatever. I give up on the technological side of things. As long as you can see and hear me, I think we're doing good for day one. So, very exciting. Let's put these away and move on to the next product. Okay, so the next thing that fell into my cart was these. So these are, again, the Creatology Kids, and they are neon glitter glues. They are on clearance for $2. I guess they're discontinuing the product, which seems sad, but hey, what do you do? They're your classic children's, nope, sharp objects. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. Can't return these because they're on clearance, so it doesn't matter if I ruin the packaging. Let's do this. Okay, yeah, these, I have a feeling if you put these under a black light, they would glow. Like, they are super, like, I can just see, and the glitter in them is very iridescent. Like, it's really, it has like that green undertone, if you know what I mean. So that's very too. King Art makes 96 dual water-based markers similar to the 108 Tombow dual brush pens and are cheaper. Yeah, I've heard about those, Brittany. I can't remember who I saw. Somebody did a haul and they purchased those, and I can't remember who it was, but I remember seeing them. I'm going to have to look those up. I haven't seen them anywhere. They haven't popped up in my suggestions or anything, so we're going to have a look. But yeah, definitely. Doing fabulously for a first stream. My first one had so many glitches. I still have glitches. I imagine, because technology just doesn't technology, right? That's not... It can't possibly just do things the way you want, right? That's not how life works. Let's try one of the darker... Let's try the green. Ooh. Okay, it's a screw off. There we go. Ooh, gooey. So yeah, it's definitely gooey. Goo, 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 goo. It's a little low on the glitter. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed by, but it does glitter. Yeah, Janine, they are bright. Like, and again, I don't think that the camera is doing them justice. I'm pretty sure that, oh, now I've got it on me. Of course I do. Um, Okay, we're having an awesome stream yet, sis? Yes, Mandy, thank you. I am so excited to be here. Obviously, like I said, I'm so glad that you and Amy were here to kind of guide me through the opening process and getting things sort of situated, because obviously I am a clear mess. I decided to, instead of trying to be prepared, I would just barrel my way through the first one, kind of like, getting a scratch on your brand new car, and then it doesn't feel so bad driving it later because you've already got a scratch on it. That's kind of what I decided to do with this stream. I decided to just rip the band-aid off, and it can't get worse, right? It can't get worse than this mess that I'm making right now. So I'm so glad you're all here. I'm so excited to be here with you guys. This is so much fun. I'm already having so much fun. I should probably... So right now I am using my iPhone as my microphone, because I felt like using the microphone that's attached to my computer was getting too much feedback from the music, which is also coming from my computer, obviously, because it's not running through the program I'm using, because that would be too technologically advanced for me to handle at this point. I will figure that one out, but that's for a later stream. Right now, we're just trying to prove that I'm a real human and that I exist. Basically, that's what this stream is all about. So, okay, next product that I'm pulling out is a kind of a boring one. I'm going to do two at once, and that is I got Deco Art Americana Duraclear Satin Varnish. I meant to get gloss. Oh well. I got gloss Mod Podge. So I have a tiny thing of Mod Podge that I tried. I got it at the dollar store a while back. I use a lot of Mod Podge that's not regular Mod Podge. Like, for example, I use a ton of Mod Podge Dimensional Magic in my work instead of using glossy accents, because Dimensional Magic is cheaper, but it works exactly the same, basically. Yeah, okay, so pause for a second. Looks like you guys just had an ad, for those of you who have ads. Let me know what that's like. Let me know how that works out for you. I want to know what's going on. Oh, thank you, Amy. We can jump on a call sometime and go over those technical sides. You have a stable stream and no bitrate drops. It's going fabulously. It's a great start. Oh, awesome. I'm so glad. I'm so glad to hear that things are going like reasonably well. We have the base bones of the project moving, and that's what we need, because otherwise we end up with screaming goat. So, yeah. Anyways, so yeah, so I got the Duraclear Satin Varnish and the Mod Podge Gloss because I'm always looking for things that I can mix with glitter. So I'm always looking for things to mix with glitter, and that is what Mod Podge and Satin Varnish and all these things are for. I often use, one of my biggest uses is, let me grab it. Do I know where anything is this. This is what I most often use for glitter. This is my gloss polymer medium that I get from my local art studio. And I find that the gloss medium is great because it dries exactly as fast as I want it to. Like, it doesn't dry instantly, but it also doesn't stay wet forever. It dries really evenly and smoothly. It breaks up any clumps. Like, if you mix it with a paint, for example, that you want to put in, like a glitter paint that's gotten all clumpy and messed up, this will help to smooth it out and like get it moving fluid again. So it's so easy to do that. So this is what I normally use, but I thought, since I can't get to my local art studio that often because it's kind of on the other side of town, I thought I'd try something from Michaels. So we're going to have to see how these work. So I meant to grab the gloss, but I accidentally grabbed the satin varnish. So I've never tried glitter mixed with a satin before. If anybody has, let me know. But I want to see what it does. So that'll be something. All right, next product. Oh, what should we do next? What should we do next? I guess we'll pull out, I grabbed some open stock pens. Yeah. So I grabbed 2 extremely light blue Tombos because extremely light blue is the water-based marker that I run out of the most. I don't know what, and I mean, I think if you saw my video this morning, you'll know that a lot of my color by numbers use up water-based markers, and particularly in light blue. So I thought maybe I would just grab a couple open stock. They were on sale, buy 3 get 2 free. So they were on sale for like 30% off essentially. So that's so I thought that was a decent deal. So I thought I'd try them. I've never tried a colored Tombow before. I've only ever tried their blenders. I have 2 blenders. Sorry. I have 2 blenders. This one's pretty much dried up, which is interesting because I never even really used it. You know, it's dried. It's basically dry somehow magically. This one is so ruined. Like, I can't even, like, I don't know if I can show you better on this screen, but it's like, it's really fluffy and ruined. And it didn't take that long for it to get that way. So I'm a little leery of buying Tombows because I find that I either ruin them too quickly or they dry out too quickly, and I don't know what to do about it. Hey, colorfully chaotic, welcome in. It's so nice to see you. We're just going through a little secret haul. I had a surprise visit to the art store today, so I'm just showing you kind of the things I picked up. But yeah, so these basically need to go in the garbage, these 2 blenders, because they're just ruined already. So I grabbed 1 more just because I needed to fill my cart because, like I said, it was 5. It was 5 for the price of 3, so... so I got the blues, and then I also got 2 new Jelly Roll Stardust that I don't have. I've been collecting the Jelly Roll Stardust and metallics bit by bit, so I currently have, let's see, so I bought the 5-pack, which I think came with these, no, which I think came with, where is it? The blue. Yeah, I think it was these 5 that came in the pack. And then I bought these 4 open stock, and these are the 2 that I bought today. So this is the blue, like the darker blue, and this is the copper. So those are the ones that I got today, and I'm very excited to keep. I didn't realize they had so many Stardust, because like you can't just buy a pack of all the Stardust. They only come in like divided packs. I think there's the dark one and the light one or something like that. But there's a lot if you go open stock. Michael's open stock is terrible. It's always all over the place, but sometimes I find gems that like work out really good. Right? I mean, your favorite sparkly pens, and you can ruin some Tombows too. Absolutely. I don't know. People love Tombows, and they're very expensive, but they're not great for coloring with. I find they fray so quickly. I don't know what's going on with them, but I rather use Super Tips or something like that because I feel like for the price, I just tear through them so badly. But I want to try these Jelly Rolls just a smidge. We've still got our glitter glue drying here. It's kind of doing its thing. Let's try the copper. Oh yeah. And the blue. Ooh, that's bright. Love it. Okay, good. So that was the next thing. I got some Stardust and some Tombows. That was the next part of the haul. Can't find open stock jelly rolls in Australia. Yeah, that's, actually that surprised me because Sakura is a Japanese product, is it not? You'd think that it would be easy for you to find Japanese stuff in Australia. I find you guys get more Japanese stuff than we do way over here in Canada. But yeah, I don't know. I find like both my local art seller, Bijan, and Michael's carry open stock Sakura products, like both the microns and the jelly rolls and sparkle pops, things like that. So yeah. Okay, so that's that. The next thing that I got, again, not super exciting, but I got myself some Midnight matte acrylic paint because I find myself wanting to do navy blue backgrounds a lot, especially in night skies and stuff, because doing just straight black can be, it can be a little boring, right? I go through so much black paint and I do so many black backgrounds that sometimes I just don't want it to be that dark. I want to show a little bit of color and add a little bit more lightness. So I thought that buying a Midnight would be nice. I've mixed navy blues a few times in my life. You've seen them on a few pages. But I can't ever get them quite the right blue that I want. A lot of the time they almost have a gray tint to them when I mix them myself. So I thought maybe I could buy this and it would solve the problem. So let's see if we can open this and just have a quick teeny weeny inspection here. No, not quite. Oh yeah, that's nice. Ooh. Folk art has sort of like a very distinctive acrylic smell to it. Why can I not get this plastic off? I am dying here. I am an adult. Really? There we go. Yes, I just used my teeth. Oh, goodness. Okay. That was more work than I ever thought it could be. I'm going to grab a little palette here just so that we can play. And a little paintbrush. Okay. I can only find packs on Amazon for $35 and upwards. Ooh, that's a little steep. An Amazon driver dumped 70 packages in the woods this past Saturday because she was stressed. She is turning herself into her manager after the police found 70 dumped Amazon packages in the woods here in Massachusetts in the USA. Amazon is re-delivering the missing packages to the right owners. Wow. That is, that's rough. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, let's give this a little, I'm just going to put a drop in here. That's a really nice color. That is the perfect navy blue. Nice and dark. Doesn't have that like weird gray tint that it gets when I try to make it. So that's really nice. Love that. Now I have to find water to put this paintbrush in. Okay. Luckily, I keep everything in backups. So there we go. So that is a midnight blue. So that's called Midnight number 964 from Folk Art. Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of those. I have 2 products left. Wilcox Mama 1103, her name is Chrissy. Isn't that right, Chrissy? It is so lovely to have you. I love that blue. That's like my perfect blue hair. Yeah. I can picture it. I can picture it. As it's drying too, it's looking really, really nice. I bet you this would be really pretty with some sparkle over top of it. Ooh, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. I've got the blue here from those neons. That's really pretty. Yes, glitter that blue. Wow. But yeah, I love that. This is definitely going to be backgrounds for days. I'm going to have to buy more. I hope they make it in a larger size because I'm going to use that for sure. That is so pretty. I'm loving all this distraction. We haven't even... Okay. All right, all the distractions. Okay, good. So the next product that I should close that knife before. Yeah, this is a knife, by the way. I know it's a pen, but it's a teeny tiny little knife. It's pretty handy. All right. So the next product that I got is Winsor & Newton white ink. I thought it was a reasonable price, and I thought we could use it to do some snow splatter or something, perhaps. Something like that I thought would be fun, because I know I've seen Shell from Shell's Coloring Journey. I have seen her use this for snow splatter and other such things, so... You know, I thought that would be kind of fun. I've seen a lot of good uses out of this. So we'll definitely have to try it. I bet you it would look great splattered over that midnight blue paint. That would be super fun. So, yeah, I mean, it looks really, like, thin yet opaque. Like, I can just the way it looks good. Should I open it? I'm going to open it. Oh, yeah. Paintbrush again. Ooh, I know what we need. Hold on. I moved everything. Everything's backwards in my office right now because we just moved my office to the opposite side of the room, so I keep going in the wrong direction. We need black paper. So I tested some iridescent paint on this before. Let's try. I think that works pretty gosh darn well, don't you? I'm impressed. Aside from that first splat, that went pretty well. I am liking the way that that looks. All right, put that lid on nice and tight. Brittany, I found out yesterday that I can no longer take an antibiotic that was prescribed by my doctor and over-the-counter Zyrtec plus D because one or both could have made my dexterity worse. Oh no, that sucks. Amy, looks pretty opaque and good. It does. It looks really like, all things considered, I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's gonna do really, really well. Obviously, if I use a better brush for splatting, I won't get those globs, and hopefully it'll be a little bit more spread out. So yeah. Yeah, Brittany, I'm really sorry to hear that. It really sucks that you're having trouble getting your medicine sorted out. That's very unfortunate. Okay, so that's the second last. I've got one more thing that I got while I was there. I know, I spoiled myself like crazy. I got some Distress Spray Stain. Yeah. So I figured I could use it kind of like watercolor, where I'll put down masking fluid on the image, and then, you know, obviously tape off everything around, and then I can spray it along the edges to make that like really vintage antique look. Or I can take a little bit of it, put it on a palette, and then use it with like a sponge or a brush. I thought that that would be kind of fun. Adds to cart. Yeah. I use a big fan brush for splatter. It's often the perfect touch. Yeah, I do have one of those, and I think I've tried that before. I'll have to try it again, though. I'm not super experienced with splattering and stuff, but I'm sure that I can figure it out. Right? Retail therapy for the win. Absolutely. We're going to need, I don't think I can just, I can. I'm going to make a mess. Shall we make a mess? Let's make a mess. Yeah, we're going to make a mess. This is it. Okay, I've got some junk paper on each side, and then I've got some watercolor paper, like just some cheap watercolor paper in the center here. Let me get it more centered for you guys. Oh, I have to take a drink of my tea. And it's cold. Okay, let me get it centered. Here we go. Okay, so these are the ones that you can spray with water on top also. Awesome, great, awesome, great haul, sis. Yes, thank you, Mandy. This is fun, right? I'm looking forward to buying the 28 Derwent Inktense pencils, plus one that is missing from my 72 set to equal 100, and then 28 Derwent Lightfast from Cult Pens to equal 100. Yeah, that sounds great. I just recently got the Inktense set, the 100, as a present from my hubby, so that's really exciting. I've never tried the Lightfast. I've heard really good things about it, though. Thanks, Amy. I was wondering what the best brush. Some of the best fun happens to be the messiest. Absolutely it does, unquestionably. I don't know if it's the best brush, but I like the radius of using a fan brush. I also tap it against another brush with my Liquitex white acrylic ink, and it does the job well for me. Yeah, that sounds right, Amy. That sounds like a great idea. I tried a lot of different things when I was splattering iridescent watercolors onto things. the 28 new Inktense have the most amazing colors. Yeah, they're pretty neat. I watched Amy's video on the new 28, and I'm glad that I got the 100 set so that I could get everything, because I feel like I would have been missing a couple of those colors quite badly. Make sure to wash your brush immediately after using, since it may stain your brush and not ever come off. Yeah, that's why I keep, I have a jar of water right there, so, yeah, I always keep a jar of water right with me, and I don't really care if my brushes like get ink stained. It's not really a big deal. I love ink tints. Yeah, I know, right? Do you have any of the Tim Holtz Distress ink pads? There are 75 Tim Holtz Distress watercolor pencils that are pure pigment and with just a paper wrapper holding each watercolor pencil. I have one Tim Holtz Distress. Hold on. I have, as far as ink goes, I have one Distress Oxide in tumbled glass that I've used like once or twice, but I don't think it's ever made it into a completed page. And then I've used this Recollections dye ink pad. I have a couple of these, just a couple of blues and this gray. And then I have these really cheap little ink pads, and they actually work surprisingly well. So that's all I've got in the way of inks. It's one of my things in the new year. I want to try more inks. 75 Tim Holtz Distress watercolor pencils. I've seen Happy Catastrophe, Candace. I've seen her using those before, and she really loves. She really seems to love them, so that's really exciting. I mean, I've seen them. I don't think I can afford to add another watercolor media to my roster right now. I mean, having the Inktense is probably the last watercolor object that I'm going to be getting in my roster for the next little while. So unless somebody wants to buy it for me, I think I'm going to have to sort of take it easy on the buying this year. This is going to be like a no-buy year, so... yeah, so I've got some water here in a little thingy. I don't know why I just keep this by my desk, but I do. So we're gonna try this distressed ink spray, because it says right on the thing that you can mix it with water and it will change the change how it presents itself and whatnot. So let's more plastic. I'm gonna get my big girl knife out for this one. Yeah, I don't see, okay. Get this stupid son of a... I mean, at least this ink is really well packaged and it's not going anywhere. My goodness. Okay, that's good enough. The ink pads are great. You can get the minis, which are cheaper and save space. Yeah, I know. I've seen the minis. I almost bought some today. I had to choose between either the sprays or a couple of minis. My local store doesn't carry many, so I have to get them off Amazon, and I find them really expensive on Amazon. So I ended up getting the sprays because they seemed at the time like a better deal. The 28, what was missing in the originals yet? The Distress watercolor crayons from the Tim Holtz are great. I use them in combo with my Neos. Yeah, Neocolor 2s are another thing that were on my list. It was going to be either Neocolor 2s or the, or the ink tents, and I went with the ink tents. When I have more money, I'm going to buy some 90 pound 8 by 5 and 11 Archer's water paper cut from the 90 pound, blah, blah, blah. Since I don't like the watercolor paper I bought from the Coloring Bliss website. Yeah, fair enough. Gelatos for backgrounds. Yeah, I have some gelatos, but I've never used them. Okay, so this is walnut stain, spray stain. Okay, we're just gonna do this. We're just gonna see what happens. Ooh. 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 Okay, and then what happens if we do this? Maybe watercolor paper wasn't the best. Maybe watercolor wasn't the best paper to choose for this because it's obviously not going to soak it in. Yeah, maybe that was a poor choice. And the King Arts, yeah, I've heard a good thing about the King Arts. I actually have the Creatology gel sticks. I only have like 28 of them, but they seem to work pretty good. And they're kind of supposed to be similar to gelatos. Yeah, I've never tried a King Art product, actually. I've never tried it, so. Okay, well, I don't think this is gonna work on watercolor paper. So I have to find something else. I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna mute you for 2 seconds. Okay, so Maya, was it Maya? Was it Maya that got like the whole set of King Art watercolor? It was. That's who I saw. I was talking earlier about those Tombow dupes. So yeah, I've heard really good things about them. Maya said that she really enjoyed them, and I don't know. Maya hasn't steered me wrong yet, especially when it comes to things like that. So that's exciting. I'm gonna put this over here, soak that up. Okay, so what I have here is I have some Nina cardstock, the classic Nina cardstock. And I have some regular Amazon paper. Like, it's just their crappiest printer paper that you can buy. So I have a feeling these will be a little bit more better. A little bit more better for doing this on. I want to open the second one though. I've got Vintage Photo. I'm going to open this up. Come on, man. I mean, I applaud them for making sure that my ink doesn't escape. But man, I know, right? Like, especially with these nails, unfortunately, sometimes it's really hard to get packaging off. I mean, they're beautiful, but they do get in the way. And even using knives and stuff, it just doesn't quite give you the lift that you need to get packages undone. It's an absolute pain. Oh, husband's going to be home any minute now. Probably in about 10 minutes. But that's okay. We're going to stream whether he's here or not. You're just going to have to deal with the fact that he's here. They're in absolute distress being all wrapped up. Yeah, uh-huh. Okay. So we've got vintage photo. Let's see if this is better on this cardstock. And then we put walnut. And then we take some water. And then I guess we let it dry? Is that what we do? Live in a punny household. Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. We love puns. We're loving it. We're loving it. Puns are good. Okay. I'm just kind of like spraying water at random here, hoping something happens. I'm not sure if I understand how this works. Shall I mute you? You blot. Got it. Okay, this is going to take some practice, but yeah. So what I'm thinking too, yeah, I was thinking that too, Amy. Maybe that's the case. You want thicker drops of water, not misty spray for the effect. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have to play around with this. I mean, I've got time. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for all of Christmas Eve. For me, it's Christmas Eve. For those of you who are not in my part of the world, I'm in Ontario, Canada, and it is currently 4 p.m. On Christmas Eve. So I know, Amy, you are in the future. It is Christmas Day for you, somewhere. For me, it is not yet Christmas, so, and I have nowhere to be. Again with the cold tea. Ah, fruit fly. What is with all the fruit flies? Okay, I can see, but it definitely looks like a coffee tea type effect. But I can see now that it's drying, we're starting to get that darker one between the two lighter ones. Okay, all right. So we got a few people that are with me and we got a few people in the future. All right, I see that. I see you. Fair enough. The bigger drops of water. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. I'll have to try different things. We've got lots of time to experiment. There are options. So, okay, so let's, what happens if I just do one spray and then I blot? Okay. Should I dare try to open? Okay, hold on. That's a good idea. When I use my distressed ink pads and want to splatter, sometimes I mist onto my hands and then shake it over the ink to get a bigger splotches. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. I hate this, guys. I hate this. What is this plastic made of? It's dragon scales? Swear to... Ugh. Jeez Louise. Okay, this one is antique linen. Okay, so that's just a tester to get the spray going. And then I blot. So then if I, in theory, grab my extra thing of water, because look at how prepared I am by accident. What happens if I do that? Janine, come. That's definitely hands-on art. Ah ha ha. Ah ha. Ah ha. I love it. Really, though. Okay, so wet those. And we blot. We are blotting. Oops, I'm replanting ink from here. Oh well, this is just our tester. It's fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Nothing's on fire. Well, something's happening over here. Really weird effect. Really weird. It's almost like, I don't think there was anything in this. I thought this was just plain water. Honestly though, fingers are great tools when it comes to coloring. I make a mess. Yeah, no, for sure. I often have to wash my hands in the middle of whatever I'm doing because I end up with, I don't know, whatever everywhere. So it's not going through too bad, a little bit. That's because, like I said, I'm still learning. I feel like this is going to be one of those things where I'm going to do a lot of, like, spray it on a palette and then use, like, a brush or a sponge or something to, like, do the thing. Yeah, we blotted. We blotted. There's nothing to blot anymore. It's done. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I will figure it out. Have I heard from Juliet? No, I have not. She hasn't said anything. But then, I mean, she and I don't talk as much as you and her do, or you and me do. We just kind of occasionally throw memes at each other, you know? Like, I don't speak to her all day, so it's not unusual for me to not hear from her. My hubby would be so proud of me. I'm usually the one doing the groaning at how bad the puns can be. I get it. I get it. It's like, it's only funny if you're the one doing it. I like the last shade, the antique linen. Yeah, it's really nice. all of them remind me very much of like coffee, right? Of like staining your paper with tea or coffee. So it's, yeah. But I really think this is going to be good doing it like, man, I probably have ink everywhere. I'm probably going to get ink all over my hands now. Okay, I want to try, where did that palette go? Here it is. So I've got this palette. Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. So this is a brand new clean brush. Let's see what happens if we just there we go. Yeah, interesting effect. Yeah, I can definitely see Hannah Carlzon books handling this really, really well and being something to experiment with for sure. For sure. Wow, have we been on air for an hour already? This is crazy. And all we've been doing is messing around. If you have stencils, the stains are nice sprayed over them. Yeah, that I can definitely see. That would be really, really fun. I do have some stencils. Yeah, hold on. Hold that thought. What if, just as an example, start by buffing off the paper and then onto the paper to avoid demarcation lines? Yeah. As well as I'm loving this, I need to start making some Christmas lunch, so I'll catch up with the recording later. Yeah, absolutely. But I did get my page finished while watching, so thanks for that. Oh, Amy, I'm so glad you got some stuff done, and I hope you have an absolutely fantastic Christmas. Enjoy the time with your family. Say hi to the nibblings for me, and I hope to see you in the next one. I really appreciate you being here for me. You really helped me get this up and started, so thank you so much. All right. So I've got a little stencil here. Let's see what happens if we... Zucchini Kitty. I haven't checked out their stuff in a while. I should probably do that. I should make a note. I'm making a note. I'm pulling out a notepad. I don't know how this pen is still working. There's nothing left in it. Made a note. Okay, I've got my... Got a little bit leaked, but again, I'll just have to figure that out. Maybe I pulled it off too soon. Let's try one more time. And I won't touch it this time. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll take it off the desk. And I'll put it on my side desk. And maybe then I'll be able to like blow dry it if it takes forever. Okay, so I just did it on my side desk. I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to touch it. I'm not going to play with it. Don't touch it. Too eager. This is not effective. I am washing my hands with a cloth that is soaked in Distress ink, and it is just drawing the ink further across my hands. Anyways, I think that's enough playing with ink for right now. We can play more later. Let me get myself organized. Since it's been an hour, why don't we take a quick break? I'm gonna go and warm up my tea, and we can all reconvene and we can actually do some real coloring or something as soon as I get back. Okie dokie? Okie dokie. I'll see you in 5 minutes or so. Okay, I am. Okay, is our input back? Okay, there we go. Sorry, okay, so what you missed while my audio was off is that when I first came on, all of my audio sources went on, so I had to like mute them. So I must have muted all of them instead of just the ones I wanted to. So now that we're back, I can say what I was going to say. So all I was saying was that this midnight blue turned out not too bad, actually. Not too bad. Again, I think I would prefer it with a regular silver or like truly clear glitter as opposed to this sort of green iridescent. But it gives us the basic picture at least as to what as to what we could have with that nice blue paint. So that's really nice. Very exciting. I should get this away from me though before I smear it everywhere. This, as you can see, this is my well-used tester, clean the marker pad. So try not to waste any paper because like with acrylic markers and stuff, I can just go over it, over and over it on the same spot to like get it going. I don't have to get a whole new piece of paper. So that's, waste not, want not, as they say. Okay, so what do we want to do? Do we want to do some coloring today? Again, I don't think that the focus is going to be super clear, so unfortunately I'm not going to be able to do like a really super detailed tutorial or anything, but I can probably at least color something and you guys can just either listen along or give me suggestions or just tell me what you want to hear in the future or whatever it is that you think you want. I think we'll just do a little color and chat and take it easy until we get tired of hanging out here. So let's see, what do I need to do? So the first thing that I know I need to do is I have to finish this guy. So I started this the other day, and I messed it up a little bit. I started recording it, but then I stopped recording it because I got really frustrated because it wasn't going the way that I wanted it to go. I based it with alcohol markers, and I put the background in using a Simp Tap acrylic marker, and I mean, it looks okay. And I love that the color combos are so bright and fun and just all over the place. But now I'm kind of not sure where I want to take it from here. Because I did get this palette from a random Sarah Renee Clark palette challenge. But then when I picked out the orange was supposed to be more of a salmon-y orange rather than this like bright pumpkin orange. So that really threw me off, and I think it's really making me struggle to figure out where the next step is with this. I intended for there to be a lot more of the royal blue and a lot more of the pink, but that orange really, really took over. So I so want to color, but got to get this house ready before family comes over, so I'll just have you as company while cleaning and decorating. Yeah, that is so cool, Chrissy. If you just want to lurk, just have me on in the background. That is totally fine. I don't know exactly where we're going to take this, but I'll probably be here for a while because I don't have anywhere to be. So I'm just going to chat away. And yeah, if you want to just have me in the background as noise, you go right ahead and you do that. But yeah, so I have to figure out what I'm going to do with this little friend. I also still have to do this little elf. I've got a week left to do this, and I haven't decided if I want to make him like a little woodland elf, or if I just want to go the traditional Christmas route and make him Christmassy because it is the season. It's really hard to say. So those are two options for coloring. I'm going to put those to the side. And then we also definitely have the option of doing something new. We can do, I can do start a page from Alien Worlds if anybody is interested in something like that. I can print something off of the internet and do a PDF if anybody wants to do that. Yeah, like there's a lot that we could do. It really depends on you know, where you guys are at. So if anybody has any preferences, you know, shout it out. If not, I'll just go through a few things and then I'll pick one. So it's totally up to you what you want to do. But yeah, I'm just gonna kind of go through some things. So the Alien Worlds Kirby Roseanne's is an option. We can do some basing on that. I have this page to do. So it's a big double page that I can work on. Love that color combo for the Capricorn. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Janine. It turned out really fun and bright, and I love it. Don't get me wrong. I think it's just that because I got the orange wrong when I put it in, I wasn't expecting it to be so bright and you know, in your face. So it just kind of threw me off, and I didn't know where to go from there with it. So I think I'll need to sit on it a little bit. So but it is an option. I can try to work on that one. But the other option is we do something like that elf, as I mentioned, or we can try to do something like this big double page monstrosity from Kirby. If we do this, I did its sister page over here, and I did it all using soft pastels. I used oil pastels for this planet. I don't have to do it exactly this, but I want to stick to this kind of sort of palette. So I'd like to transfer to the clouds so that they're cotton candy type colors, soft pastels. As far as the dragon goes, or dragon alien thing, it's not featured on this page, so we can do it any color that we want. It has not shown up yet, so it doesn't matter what color we do it. The rocks, I've kind of done those gray in the past page, just to kind of make sure that we were contrasting all these beautiful cotton candy colors to make sure that they stood out and they weren't, you know, they didn't get detracted. But honestly, I'm not opposed to changing their color if you really want to. That's an option. So yeah, so we've got Kirby. We've got Kirby as an option. Yeah, so, you know, and of course I've got my whole the rest of my collection, but Janine, if you are thinking that you want to go ahead and start on this big old dragon thing, I don't mind doing that. Now we just have to figure out what we're going to do it with. Do we want to base the background with soft pastels again, or do we want to try to use a water medium? As far as the rocks and the monster go, do we want to do those in a water medium? Like we could do Inktense, Albrecht Dürer. I know Inktense behave just a little bit strangely on Kirby paper, but I have an idea as to how I would make them behave better than the last time I tried them. Because the last time I tried them was an Anamorphia. And I did this. This was all done with Inktense. And as you can see, it's like a bit blotchy running through here. It didn't blend out as easily as I expected it to. You can't wait for his new book to come out. It will be his first one for you to buy. Oh, Chrissy, so you don't own any Kirby books right now? Wow, I'm actually kind of impressed. I don't know how you managed to get this far without a Kirby book. Yeah, no, his new one, I have a feeling his new one is going to be very intense. I have a feeling it's going to be really detailed and dark, which is, I know, the direction he tries to lean a lot of the time, but also he doesn't want to push too many too much of his audience away. But I think with Dark Fairy Tales, he's just going to lean into it. And I'm super stoked to see how that's going to go. Like, that's really, really exciting. But anyways, I'd love to see how you start a Kirby page. Yeah, fair enough. All right, let's do a new Kirby page. What the heck? So, yeah, but this was my first experiment with using the Kirby paper and Inktense together. But I'm thinking I might try again. So if we do, oops, I have to put that back in there. Okay, put that back. And so now if we do the monster and the rocks in Inktense, do we want to do Inktense for the clouds as well? Because, I mean, my instinct says that for clouds, I want to do soft pastel. That's always what my brain goes to when we're dealing with clouds and skies and really light things like that. I'm really... Okay, I just had a brain pop. So, if we do soft pastels for the sky and the clouds, we can do the dragon monster alien thing in the same colors, but 10 times more intense. Yes. What do you guys think? So if I use my pan pastels, the softest tints that I have to do all the background, I can use the Inktense on the monster to make it like really, really intense versions of the colors in the background. I think that would be really cool. Yes, and the rocks will keep gray again for the sake of contrast. I will make them some sort of gray, I think. And yeah. Yep. I love this. This is going to be fun. Okay. Oh, yes. And he can be helping contribute to the clouds because look at like the smoke that's coming out of his devices, his nostrils, question mark, his thing here. We can make that really soft, like with the soft pastel and everything too. So that way it's like he's contributing or she's contributing to the atmosphere. Yes. Okay. So we need soft pastels. Okie dokie, Smokey. Artichoke. Okay, so I've got these little makeup sponges that I use for getting into details. I don't care if we get a little bit of the soft pastel onto the drawing and whatever. I mean, it's not going to matter much, right? Because we're doing kind of the same colors a lot of the time. It's going to be fine. I've got my pan pastels. I only have 6 pan pastels. I'd love to have more, but they're all that I need for doing this particular project because all I need really is the blue, the green, the purple, and the pink. I also have 2 of the earth tones. I have this this sort of orangey brown tone, and then I have this yellow ochre tone, all in the tints. So I'm going to start with the purple, the pink, the green, and the blue. If we need to add some of the yellow in, I'll do that, but let's just start with the 4 for now. Let's not go crazy, shall we? Try to keep ourselves organized. Speaking of organized, let me clear off my side table. Okay, don't need you right now. We'll need you later, but not now. So put away my swatch book. And I've got my iPad over here. Let me just check and make sure nobody is in desperate need of my attention. Nope, nobody's dying. Okay, good. Sip of my tea. Okay, and then in this metal chest, I keep all of my like soft pastel or pastel in general tools. I've got like these little sponges. I have this knife. It's like a really cheap X-Acto knife that I got on sale at Michael's one time, and now it's so dull, but it works really, really good for scraping pastel. I've got the soft tools, just one soft tool from Hand Pastel. I've got all these stumps, and of course all my used these things. I try to use them again if I can, because let's not, again, waste not, want not. So I'm going to pull out a few of those that look like they're the right color. And of course my soft tool. Blue here. Do I by chance own any pastel pencils? Not the colors, but the material. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm curious since I have some, but can't seem to figure out the best way to use them. I own 6 or 5. 5 or 6 of them. Which case do I have them in? I think I have them in this case. Yes, they are right here. They're not the right colors for this project, but I'll show them to you anyway, just so that you can see. So I own these right here. 2, 4, 6 of them. They are by Cretacolor. And they are a soft pastel in a pencil. I got some landscape colors, so I have this olive green and this softer sort of sage green. They call it green earth light. And this was green earth dark, I think. So have you tried coloring them on a page or a palette and then moving them around with the brush? Because that's what is done with sticks of soft, hard, and oil pastels. Yeah, I feel like that's nice, but it's kind of defeating the purpose. You know what I mean? If you have a pastel pencil, I think they're kind of good for doing details and things like that. So anyway, so I have this dark blue, this glacier blue, this soft yellow ochre, and this dark ochre, because I find that those are the colors that I'll most likely lean to when I'm doing backgrounds. And usually if I use these, I've only used them a few times, but I usually use them for either doing a horizon line, like out a window where it's a small little space, or I'm sort of touching up in between flowers and foliage on a background. So that's kind of how I use them. I use them almost like, almost like, how do you explain? Like almost like a watercolor pencil, except without the water. So, move this out of the way. So let me grab a piece of paper here. This will be perfect. Okay, getting off track here, but that's fine. That's what we're here for. Okay, so if I was doing this, I would need so I color down in the areas that I'm concerned about. Medium pressure, I would say. And I would take the sky. And I would take, where'd my chest go? You'll do. Okay. And I just little circular motions. Soften them out. And then I would do, probably, depending on what the paper is like, another layer. Again, you don't want to hit burnishing pressure, because if you do, then it's going to stick to the paper and leave those stains, you know what I mean? So I just go layer after layer. Again, I don't know if my camera's picking this up as well as it should for you, but it kind of blends everything together. I wish I could zoom in for you, I'm sorry. As I said in my in the beginning, I don't have a good enough camera to actually do something like a full zoom in, so unfortunately we get what we get. But I hope that you're getting to see some of this anyway. And then you get this really soft sort of thing happening, if that makes sense. Again, you're not going to ever want to use these pencils if you want like a really intense effect. This is for, you know, laying down those really soft colors when you don't want to create that bold intensity. So I hope that made sense. Pastels tend to need some texture on the paper that catches the pigment. Yeah, that's true. You do need to try and have a bit of tooth on the paper. Gotcha. Maybe I was too heavy-handed. I have the Derwent pastel pencils, and they lay down some heavy pigment almost straight off. Yeah. I've not tried those. Again, I'm sure it's different from pencil to pencil to pencil. It's really hard to say if you're not using the exact same materials as someone else. So I'm really hoping that, yeah, try going as light-handed as you can. Treat them like as though you're trying to desperately smudge a Prismacolor pencil. You know, go as light as you can, lay down a very even layer of pigment, lay your next color down, and then very carefully, you know, with even pressure, smudge it in together, and hopefully that will help to work with it. Again, maybe those pencils aren't right for you. Maybe you have to try a different pastel pencil that will be more forgiving for your hand style. I mean, that's entirely possible as well. I wish I had the ability to try every single product that is available, because then I could show you different ways of using different ones. But unfortunately, we're kind of limited by what we can afford, right? Not everybody can get every single pencil and use it for every single use that it's ever been, you know, made for. So just gonna put these away. Okay. The technique she's doing is doable with Derwin. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm no expert, right? I don't have any professional training. This is me just figuring it out as I go. These are all things that I've learned just through trial and error and through putting it on my pages and, you know, watching all of you guys on YouTube. That's kind of where all of my experience comes from. So, you know, I'm not perfect. I can only teach you, and not even teach you, show you what it is that I've learned in the past. Hi, hubby.
Hello.
Hey, sis, I gotta lay down, not feeling good. Great stream. Thank you, Mandy, for stopping by. I'm so glad that you were here. I hope you feel better and you have a good nap and everything. I mean, I know you were up late, so try to get some rest and be all right. Jess has a package for you out there.
Oh, okay.
She just showed me. Sorry. Again, my house is bustling and hustling, so. Okay, so starting this page. Unless anybody else has any further questions that I need to answer before I get my nose dived into this. Interesting. Okay, so I should start from left to right because I am right-handed. And if I start from right to left, I'm less likely to drag the pigment everywhere with me. But knowing me, I'm going to get it everywhere anyway, so I guess we'll see what happens. Janine says, good afternoon, Mr. Winter. Yeah, he's just going to be hanging around, popping in. He's in the background. Oh, now he's hiding. He went into the bedroom because he wanted to hide. Okay. All right, so I don't want to... My face is kind of in the way. Should I move my face? Is that better? Yeah, that's probably better. Oh, that. Okay. All right, so we are doing clouds and sky. So it looks like we have some clear sky back here behind the alien creature. Up here as well, and down here in this section right here. It looks like I got some pressure-based markings up here, so I'm going to get rid of that. Just using a regular old vinyl eraser to get rid of those pressure marks. Okay. Next I need protection. Always wear protection, folks. Also, since this is at the front of the book, I'm going to put another Kirby book underneath to help raise it up to eye level. So it's level with this side. Please do not buy any of the pastel that are pastel in pencil form and not just pastel colors, color pencils at all, because Jason Morgan on his YouTube channel found them terrible to use. Okay, duly noted. I'll have to check out that video. I've heard I haven't heard anything about the Color pastel pencils, so he recommends Stabilo Carbothello on the cheaper end when it comes to pastel pencils. Oh, well, duly noted. I'll keep that in mind, Brittany. Thanks. Okay. We are doing the thing. We're getting ready to make a mess because pastel pencils, now I got that on the brain. Soft pastels always make a mess. There's no getting away from it. So as I was thinking, here should be pink because that's what I made the sky on this one. So I'm going to use my soft to get, using these soft tools gets you the thickest, strongest color out of a pan pastel I've found. And obviously it doesn't matter if I get it a little bit on the surrounding clouds, but I want to try not to get them too messed up because I want to put other colors in there to differentiate them from the sky around. But I'm just loading the pigment on here. So it's Christmas Eve here. I'm not doing anything today. Do you have to fix pan pastels after using them, or can you get away with doing nothing? I always recommend fixing soft pastels. I do find, though, that once you've finished with your soft pastels, if you're careful, like the pan pastels, I mean, if you're careful and you really don't want to fix it, you can get away with it. I mean, I wouldn't drag your hand through it or anything, but if you're kind of dainty and careful and always aware, you could probably get away with not fixing. Yeah, so it's Christmas Eve. Not really doing anything. Normally on Christmas Eve for the last, when I was between the ages of 1 and 25, I want to say, we would always on Christmas Eve go to my grandparents' or my aunt's house for Christmas Eve, and we would celebrate a very classically Dutch Christmas. We'd have some ham and some curry chicken and some cheese cauliflower. Go to midnight mass or evening mass, depending. So I'm just brushing the pastel in and out a little bit here where you see that sort of swooshing horizontal lines. Most pastel artists don't spray their pastel artworks with a fixative because the fixative darkens the colors and they just put the finished pastel artworks behind glass. That makes sense. Unfortunately, when you're working with mixed media, that is a heck of a lot harder to do, though, Brittany. I find that if you're going to come in with a second media that's not pastel, it can be really tough not to fix your pastels. And I don't find it darkens it at all, personally. I mean, of course, I don't have the eye of an artist by any means, but I find that I've never had that where I felt like, oh my goodness, it changed the color of my pastel. That's never really happened to me, so I'm not that worried about it. I'm a klutz, and I'd rather fix it for the sake of, not having to worry about it. What you need?
Just looking for stuff. Tape.
Tape?
Thank you.
No worries. Mr. Winter is wrapping a gift. But yeah, so back into life. But tomorrow I'm going to go visit my parents. I'm going to take Mr. Winter with me. We're just going to go do a really casual dinner at my parents' house tomorrow. Which will be nice. Does hubby have a crafting hobby? Yes, actually. Sometimes he actually colors with me. So he'll do little pictures. He really likes coloring vehicles, particularly if they're kind of like his vehicle. He really likes adding little things here and there to pictures of vehicles and sprucing them up. He also does do a little bit of minor woodworking. He's very mechanically inclined as well, so of course if there's any kind of machines available to play around with, he'll play around with that. He's pretty handy, so a lot of his craft hobbies do tend to revolve around using his hands and doing manly whatnots, you know? But ultimately, Mr. Winter, up until more recently, was an extreme sports enthusiast. He enjoys doing a lot of things that are dangerous. He loves motocross riding and snowboarding and skateboarding and jumping out of airplanes, all the stuff that I hate. But unfortunately for him, the doctor said he can't do that anymore. He's got to take it easy, so we're learning to try and get him to take on some less violent hobbies. Do I want to do both sides at the same time and get my hands all... Yeah, we're going to do it. Let's just do it. Yeah, all the guy things, all the adrenaline junkie things. He just... Yeah. I believe the term that Mr. Diesel once termed it was anything fast enough to do something stupid on is what he likes. Move some stuff here so I can move you guys over so you can see what I'm doing a little bit. There. Learning to slow down can be hard though, so wish him the best of luck. Yeah, thanks, Janine. He needs it. Yeah, it's really rough on him. He's one of those people that likes to be moving constantly. He can't just sit still and color. You know, if he can get himself into a headset where he's sort of you know, a little bit more meditative and really focused on a page, then he can, but you can see him start to fidget after a while, and he eventually has to get up and move and do something physical. I don't know what to do as far as what the next camera I need is. Like, it's obviously this one's okay, you know, it's getting the job done, but I don't even know where to go as far as what the next step is on this whole streaming thing. I know Amy Ward has just been holding my hand through this whole thing. And I'm just going to need some advice on what cameras I need to get next, how much I'm going to need to spend on a camera. That's the next question, because I have no idea. I don't know what it's going to cost me to actually get a decent camera for this, so depending on that, it may force us to stick with this crappy one for a while. For some reason, I can't use my phone. It doesn't work. I use my phone, which is an excellent 4K camera in it, for recording all my videos. You've seen the quality of my videos as compared to this. But for some reason, when I try to hook up my phone as an auxiliary camera, when I'm streaming, it refuses to behave like a camera. It just like, it will turn the screen weird directions, and like, it'll get all fuzzy, and it's just really strange how it behaves. I don't understand why it doesn't want to be maybe it's because it demands being the spotlight. It wants to be the center of attention and just doesn't want to be the auxiliary. It wants to be the main camera. I don't know. I get that. I get the diva feeling. That's fine. I understand. Okay. That's enough for pink for now. I'm going to do a quick sweep here with my trusty dusty $2 makeup brush. But yeah, see, if I put my finger on it now, it does pick up a little bit of the dust, but it doesn't move it too much onto the other areas if I'm gentle. So you can, you know, leave it unfixed if you're very careful. But I'm not going to fix it yet because we have more pastel to put down. Now, if I really wanted to layer it, I actually could fix it and then go in with my next layer of pastel, but that would be a lot of work because I'd have to like erase out all the pieces every time that I go to fix it and stuff, because once you fix it, even with a workable fixative, that color is stuck there. The pigment is where you leave it. Yeah, I did open up a Twitch account just so that I could go on there and start lurking and see what other people are doing and see how the world of streaming actually works. Because I really like this idea. I love the idea of being able to interact with you guys and just chill, and you know, I don't mind being on camera, so just like, you know, being here for you. Like a lot of you, I know a lot of you out there, you love just hanging out without actually having to physically be there, and you can kind of be in the shadows, but still like you're talking to somebody and still interacting with somebody. So I want to be that for you guys if that's what helps you guys. So yeah, I am going to pick this up. I'm going to learn it. I'm like a little behind the times. I never got into video games or tech or any of that stuff when I was younger. So it's definitely a learning curve for me to try and figure out, you know, all these tech things that are happening around me now. But I think that together we can figure this out. We can do it. I believe in us. Okay, next color. Let's flip over to purple. Got my purple here, my lavender color. What is this anyway? Violet tint. Cool. And we shall distribute this at random, literally. Because I can always go back in with my pencils later and create definition and direction. Kind of jumping all over the place so that I get like an even distribution. Maybe a little down here. Better bring my paper down. Hey, Christine. So I can understand that. I only picked up a smartphone in the last couple of months, although I'm more of a video gamer. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. There's a learning curve to all things, right? You can be technologically savvy in one thing and completely stupid on another, right? Like each technological advance has its own learning curve. Me, I'm an Apple person. I've been dealing with Apple products for the last 10 years, so anything to do with Apple, I can generally figure it out pretty quickly. But if it's a Microsoft-based product, I'm screwed. Like I can't, I don't know. I haven't touched a Microsoft product in, since I was in college the first time. I've been in college a couple of times, but I've used Apple products since, so it's very confusing. Yeah, Christine, so we just started actually not long ago. I mean, we've been distracted a couple of times in between. So we just started this Kirby page. We're basing it on, because I'm in the Alien Worlds data report group, so we're going from front to back. And this was the last page that I did. So I want to keep it consistent because we're coming into the planet here and we've got all these rocks and we've got all these like pastel colored, the pastel colored sky, the pastel colored clouds and everything. So we just decided that I'm going to come in and use my pan pastels to do the clouds. I'm using the pink pan pastel to do the sky behind. I'm going to use purple, blue, and green for all of the rest of the clouds in pastel. And then once that's done, I'm going to use ink tints to do the monster here. I'm going to do her in the same colors, but brighter, bolder, ink tints style. And then I'll do the same with the rocks, but the rocks are going to be gray because I want the pastels to stand out against the gray. So that's kind of the plan. Feel free to jump in here and let me know what you think. Or ask questions because, I've been explaining as I go, but if you have questions about what's been going on, please don't hesitate to ask. It's really nice to have you. I love that you're doing lives. I'm not one for the videos that are put to music. Yeah, I was gonna start with music at the beginning, but first of all, technologically, I couldn't get it to work without making an absolute mess of everything, so no music. But also, I'm actually not minding not having the music because it is sort of focusing everything and keeping things sort of, you know, on the paper and on our subject. And we don't really need it, do we? Like when I'm talking to you guys, my brain is just rolling along. So no big deal there. Lives are great for those of us who communicate better face to face rather than in comments or emails. Yeah, I'm glad that I can help that way because I actually kind of struggle. I'm the opposite. I like texting. I like staying behind my emails. But for some reason, when it's kind of one way like this, when I'm the one that's sort of just talking to you and you're texting back at me, that's for some reason that feels more controlled to me and it helps keep my anxiety down. So actually, I really don't mind doing this live stuff. It's kind of fun. It's kind of nice to have this sort of controlled one way, but still face to face and still feel like you're here with me. It's really nice. It's been working out pretty well for me. Bonnie, Merry Christmas. Thank you for lurking. Feel free to keep lurking. We're happy to have you either way, whether you want to chat or whether you want to lurk. You go ahead and you do whichever works best for you. Christine, I like chatty videos and being able to interact. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of requests for the chattier videos and not so much the quiet ones. And I mean, I love doing the chatty videos. I actually really do. It's just sometimes when you have a house full of people, it's really hard to record with all this audio without getting a lot of feedback from, you know, the other people in the house and what they're doing and stuff, which is not a problem. It just sometimes it's harder, so I can't do them as often. But today it's working out pretty well. I'm just, you know what, I'm like, the heck with it. I'm just gonna talk over whatever's happening in my house. So, and apparently it's not really reflecting badly in the videos, so that's good. Okay. Whew. So I'm going to leave the purple for now. I might go back to it, but for now, let's pull in some blue. We definitely need some blue in here. But yeah, if I get too quiet and I stop talking, feel free to throw a question at me so that I have something to talk about, you know? I don't want to bore you with, you know, singing the alphabet or something. So if you've got topics, you throw them at me, unless I obviously have something to say about the picture. But for right now, we're kind of just doing landscape, background, whatever. So, let's get myself organized here so that I can pull you back into frame with my crappy camera. Start on this side with some blue. I want to see if I can get my chat window little to the side here. Just want to see if there's anything else going on. No, this is it. Okay, we can put our chat window back. Don't mind me trying to figure out my tech stuff, you know, just doing the thing. All right. We're doing great, guys. I'm really happy with how this is going. Looking forward to having your latest video for company tomorrow when my husband heads to Christmas dinner with his family. Oh, that's nice. Saving it up. I'm so glad too. Yeah, I had a couple of people when I was talking mention that they were glad that I ended up accidentally doing a really long video for that video because they needed something to watch during Christmas things, and that's really great. I'm glad that I was able to provide that. That's, you know, that's what we're here for. I do tend to get long-winded on videos, so I'm glad that some people find it really helpful. I've also learned that some people really don't mind me just sitting in silence also. That if I run out of things to talk about, just having the silent, like, you know, you can just kind of tell I'm breathing. You can hear faintly the sound of the tools I'm working with, that kind of thing. Apparently some people really like that too. Not like in an ASMR kind of way, just in the, you know, you're sitting across the table doing the same craft as someone else kind of way. And that's fine too. Because oftentimes when you're hanging out with friends, especially really close friends as we get older, you know, silence is valuable. Yeah, so I guess that this is the beginning of the test for the new year. If these lives go well, I do want to eventually sort of attach them to Twitch or where else, and do make the streams just a bit bigger, a bit more central, because I am enjoying this concept of just hanging out with you guys. Both work for company. It's a real glimpse into someone's life. Yeah, that's what I'm finding with the people that have been streaming that I've been watching. You know, you get to see their personality come out, because in a live you can only script so much, right? Like you can only have so much scripted. When people start asking questions and interacting with you, and when things don't go right, you can't go, oops, hang on a second, I have to refilm that. You know, it's done, it's out there, it's in the air. You can really see somebody's cadence, their tone of voice, what they're like in real life, what happens when they sneeze. You know, it's like you get to see somebody a little bit more raw, a little bit more open, and you know, like themselves. Because especially for the first little bit in the video, you're really on and you're really, you know, watching and making sure that everything's sort of perfect. But then as time goes on, you get sucked into the coloring part of it and whatnot, and yeah, and you sort of forget that you're on camera, and you just let it flow. I feel like there needs to be more blue, but I don't want to put more blue until we sort of get the green in here. So let's get some green in. I think I have a green sponge. I want to see. Again, I try to keep these things and not throw them out all the time, and try to keep the resources where I can. I think I need more soft pads. I think I must have thrown one out by accident, so I'm just going to use the back of the blue one. There we go. Oh, do. So it's a green here. By the way, I'll probably at some point start singing without realizing it, so, or like do little musical numbers when things happen. It's just the way I am. I do tend to do that, break into song for no reason. So I have no idea what my voice is like these days. I have no idea if my voice is reasonably okay or if it's awful, so. we can see here, we've got this plume of smoke coming out of this little smokestack on his head, her head, pardon me, and it comes and it wraps around behind this frontal smokestack and comes back. So I wanted to leave that one, and I'll make that one purple, so each one is jetting a different color. I'm back. I think my tummy issues have subsided. Good, that's great, Mandy. Yeah, I really hope you're feeling better. That sucks that, you know, you're not feeling well. I know you said earlier you weren't feeling great. Does anybody else get to this point where they're like doing these big, you know, background parts and, you know, really important stuff to base the whole page on, but then like you get halfway through and you're like, okay, I'm bored. I want to move on and start doing the like coloring the dragon, you know? That's what I feel like right now. Like, okay, that's enough. Like, let's do something else. But you can't, right? Like right now in this page, it would be impractical to stop and try to do something else entirely. It would mess up the whole flow of the page, but it just feels like, I want to do something interesting. Yeah, you do, Chrissy? Yeah. For anyone lurking or for anybody that's just come in that hasn't said anything, I just wanted to recap what's going on. So earlier in the stream, we were just talking about some different supplies. I pulled out a couple that I had recently bought. I did sort of a little mini haul and we practiced some things together. And now we are into basing this giant double page spread in Kirby Rosane's Alien Worlds. I am part of the Alien Worlds data report group. So I am kind of trying to go front to back with this, and I'm matching the page that I previously did using these same pan pastels for the background, and I intend to go in with Derwent Inktense for the rest of the page to create a bold and vibrant contrast to the soft pastel clouds. So we need blue here. Don't know what to do this. Purple maybe? Because we're going to need blue here, purple here, and purple here. It's one of the reasons I enjoy your pages. I don't tend to backgrounds, so it's fun to see the creativity on how you do backgrounds. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I love doing backgrounds. I really, in a lot of cases, I do. I find them very meditative. I find them very satisfying. In some pages, obviously, I don't need to do a background, but I find in a lot of pages, it really brings an extra something to the page that just helps it feel super complete. So Yeah, I remember when we did a buddy color, Janine. I remember you didn't do a background on yours. I didn't do a background on mine either in that one, but yeah, I remember you saying something about you're just not big on backgrounds, and that's fair. You know, to each their own. Me, I'm a kind of a background junkie. You'll see on my video when you watch tomorrow, the one that came out this morning, I talk about how I got into this phase where when I first discovered how to use watercolors, I just went and I did a whole bunch of backgrounds in a whole bunch of my books all at once because I was like, oh my god, I know how to do this background. I'm going to do all the backgrounds. So yeah, I do enjoy doing backgrounds, that's for sure. Oh, okay, blue. Blue is the next color. We need to go back to blue. Okay. Let's do some blue here. I love this, the mix of the pink and the blue here, where I get to actually mix the pink and the blue together a little bit. It looks so like cotton candy. I love it. I call that working smarter, not harder. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when you have the materials out already and you've kind of got like the mindset of how you can do something, if you can just like spit out a bunch of it all at once, then you don't have to pull all the materials out again and you don't have to like try to reset your brain into it again. So yeah, that day when I did a couple of watercolor backgrounds all at once, that was really fun. I should do that again because it also kind of forces me to get into the books, right? Because the only pages I can really do that on are the good pages. I can only do that on the Hannah Carlsons and the Marie Trollets and the the Kirby Rosens and all that kind of stuff. I can't really do it on Amazon printed, although now I have a printer, so I could put something on better paper and do it that way now. Oh, that's a revelation. That's super cool. Yeah, gonna have to keep an eye on that one, that's for sure. Okay, we're gonna move down. If I ever get out of frame and forget to move you and you want to see, please yell at me. I'm sorry you can't quite see here because my face is in the way again, but like I can get rid of my face if you don't need it. It's an option too. I know you want to see my face when we're like face to face gabbing and just chatting away and all this kind of stuff, but if while we're working you don't want to see my face and it's in the way, let me know. I do have the technology to move my face out of the way. That I know how to do. Okay, we only have 2 cloud tufts left and they are purple, so let's move over to purple. Yeah. Go. Do a quick brush sweep. Okay, purple, where'd I put you? Check your printer ink is waterproof before doing wet media and blending media that would smear it. Yeah, I have a laser printer. So in theory, it should be waterproof. In theory. So I will check it though, just in case. But theoretically, it should be pretty much bulletproof because, you know, that's how laser printers work. But you never know. You never know. So I will check before I do anything. Okay, purple. And then I'm going to do some more pink just to clean up some bits, and then we can probably fix it and move forward and do something else. Should be as a laser printer. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Should be. You never know though, right? I'd like to try pan pastels. I currently use stick pastels. Yeah, pan pastels behave so much differently than your classic stick pastels. I can promise you this. They are so much creamier and significantly more opaque. Like you can see how much like over here I went over with the pink, and it really softened all those lines in those tentacles, you know, like it's pretty opaque, so you really have to be careful that you're erasing off things that you need to once you've got it all laid down. They go on so creamy and so thick and so smooth though, like right from the get-go. It's just fantastic. It saves you so much wrist work, you know. Once I got pan pastels, I'm like, I'm never going back. I'm never, like, I don't know if I could ever imagine myself buying another pastel. I only have the 6. I only have the 6 lightest tint colors that they have. So I have the pink, the purple, the blue, the green, the yellow, and the orange tints. Like the really lightest colors and the softest, because I mostly use them for backgrounds and basing. But if I was to get more pastels, I would want to start collecting more of the pan pastels because they're just, oh, mwah, chef's kiss, like chef's kiss. Just going to go back in with the pink here as a second layer just to make sure that everything's sort of blended out and looking clean. Brittany, Epson no longer makes laser printers because they believe that laser printers produce too much heat and now only make inkjet printers. What? I mean, yeah, laser printers create heat. They're lasers. Okay. But all right then. Well, my printer is made by Canon, so I'm okay there. Epson still makes projectors though. Yeah, okay. You know, I don't know. I don't know what their deal is, but okay. So once I get all this pink touched up, then the next step is going to be I have to erase out some of the areas. So I'm going to use my electric eraser for that. So once I start that, you'll have to let me know if it's too loud. I'll mute you just for while I do that real quick. But then after that, we'll probably take a break. I got to figure out what I'm going to do for dinner and stuff because it is dinner time, or coming up on dinner time here. So I'll probably take a 10-minute break once I get everything all erased out, and I can then take this outside and fix it with a spray fixative. Really, I didn't know that, Brittany. That Golden owns Pan Pastel. That's cool. That's a cool fact. I know my the Leaky Inkwell. You know my upstairs neighbors. If you've been on my channel, you've heard of them. They use a lot of Golden products, and they're real professional trained artists. So. Okay, lovely families walking in. I'll watch the rest on replay. I hope you and the rest of you wonderful people have a wonderful holiday and a happy, safe new year. Oh, happy holidays to you too, Mama. I really hope that you have a great one and that your family is well and you have, you know, Santa's good to you and all that kind of stuff. It was so wonderful to have you here with me. Please take care and, you know, I'll talk to you later, okay? We'll see you soon. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Anything that you celebrate, celebrate well for me. Yep, this is looking pretty good, guys. I hope nobody's offended when I use the word guys. If you'd prefer I use folks or something like that, let me know. You know I use it as gender neutrally as possible, the guys word. Certainly don't want anybody to feel excluded if I say that. I don't like printers where ink has to be added from a container of ink because I'm afraid the ink is going to explode without them being in their own containers. Epson is trying to be eco. Yeah, friendly, but by not selling laser printers, they're afraid the heat is going to add to global warming, the hole in the ozone layer. Yeah. I don't know if that's how global warming works. I don't think that that's how global warming works, but you know what? Who am I to say? I am just a peasant. I don't know these things. You know, whatever they think, you know, that's their problem. Whatever. Thank you, Christine. Yeah, I'm enjoying this page right now. I'm actually having fun doing this with you guys. It is. Amy was right. It's easier to do this when you've got an audience and you know, people backing you up, right? So this is really fun. I'm just doing the last little finishing touches here, making sure there's not too much white space left behind. Making sure everything is filled in appropriately. Blending. I don't care if there's a pink tint to anything because the sky itself is pink, so it doesn't hurt for it to be all over the place, you know? Okay, let's brush it off. Okay, let's put pan pastels away before I make a mess. Those in their container. These back in their container. Let's stay organized. It's the key, people. It's the key to getting your artwork done, is to try and clean up as you go, because if you end up burying yourself, you know, it's really hard to feel motivated when you're buried up to your nostrils in art supplies you're not using at the moment. So, okay. Let me just put these aside for a second. Rid this palette, don't need that, just set that there. Okay. So I'm going to attempt to use the electric eraser. If it's too loud, let me know and I'll mute you or put you on break and do it then. But it shouldn't be too loud. It's not crazy loud, so we'll see. Let me know. Sounds like nobody's having any problems with the eraser, so I'm going to keep going. Not getting any shouts of anguish. Oh, that's great. Yes, that helps a lot. Thank you. It's actually louder when it's just sitting there than when it's actually doing work. I need to replace my AF-matte electric eraser that runs on batteries because it went missing in the living room of my parents' apartment and I haven't been able to find it since. I also need to buy both Tombow mono erasers on the holders when I have more money to spend. Yeah. I feel that. I keep thinking I need to get a mono eraser, one of those really teeny tiny baby ones, but again, we have to pick and choose. You have to choose the materials that work, you know, based on your budget. And like, it would be really handy to have one of those little tiny Tombow monos for all these little tentacles, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to get what I can and try to do, you know, leave covering it up to fate, really. It's just about midnight, so I must be off. I hope everyone has a lovely day tomorrow, however you choose to spend it. Oh, okay, Janine. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. Take care. Sleep well. I hope that the holiday season is great to you, and I will see you soon, okay? That's wonderful. I'm so glad you joined us. It was just wonderful to have you. There's both a square and a circle one. Yeah, I've seen that. I think on my wish list I have the kit that includes both. think we're gonna be due for a charge soon. She's starting to get a little weak. This one's rechargeable, in case you're wondering. I very rarely have to charge it, though. Once every couple of months, I think. Obviously depends on how much I've used it, but... Sorry if I'm off the grid here. It's just erasing. You're not missing much. Oh yeah, they don't take long to recharge. It only takes a little bit. But I think we're going to finish this without having to recharge. I think that's about good. Hey, Amira. Merry Christmas Eve indeed. It's so nice to see you. You came in just at the right moment. We're about to take a break. But in case you're wondering, I'll just catch you up real quick before we head off. I've just based the entire background on this Alien Worlds page using pan pastels. We're going to be going in after the break and starting with some Derwent ink tints to start basing the rocks and our big monster here. We're going to be doing some nice bright colors. You guys are going to have to help me pick out the colors. We want to do like similar colors to the background, but brighter. We want to take those pastels and we want to infinitely magnify them to make this monster stand out. The rocks, we're going to do gray because we're boring like that, but also because we don't want them to take away from any of the beauty that is all the colors that we're going to have on this page. So the human, his spaceship, and the rocks are all going to be boring. Bland, boring, we don't need them, they're in our way. So everything else is just going to be brilliant. And of course, by the end of this page, it's going to be Sparkle City, let me tell you. I think that this is the kind of page that we're going to need glitter on, so... Yeah, thank you, Amira. I'm happy to find me live too. My camera quality, as far as top down it goes, is not super. I just bought a really cheap camera to try and kind of, you know, just test it out and see if it would work at all, if my system was even compatible with doing this kind of a live. And it is, so that's good. Hopefully in the new year I'll be able to get myself a more compatible camera, something that's a little bit more focused on this kind of live, and hopefully eventually I'll be able to hook into Twitch as well and hang out with some people there. All right, so I am going to definitely leave you there for a second, folks. I'm going to take about a 10-minute break. I'm going to get my dinner sorted and in the oven so that I'll have that for later. I'm going to fix this with some workable fixative to make sure that we're not smudging it everywhere. And you guys should get up, have a snack. As Amy would say, stretch out, get things moving, do what you need to do. And I will be back in about 10 minutes for you guys, okay? Alrighty, we'll see you then. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Amira, I just got a phone call from my family and they sang me some Christmas songs. Now I'm all emotional. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, that's so nice, Amira. I'm so glad to hear that. I mean, it's so nice when, we get the chance to connect and be with family and stuff. Like, I don't have a ton of family. That's kind of why I'm here with you guys right now. But yeah, I'm so glad that you had that opportunity. That's so good. Good. So this is mostly fixed. I think I was running out of fixative. I think I need a new can of fixative. This is... I might have to fix this a little more. Give me a second. Yeah, I do have another can. But I want to make sure that I use all of this first. I might just... I'm spraying inside really, really. Okay, I'm going to try to spray a little bit of fixative here. Okay, I'm not supposed to spray this stuff in the house, obviously, but just this once, for the sake of the stream, I thought I would just do it to make sure it was done. Oh. Ooh, yeah, that's why you don't spray it inside. Okay. Okay, it's coming along. Oh, so everybody's evening is going well. I know that over in the UK it is pretty much midnight now, or thereabouts. Here in the eastern continental Canada, it is about 6 p.m., so it's dinner time. So I had to disappear and make sure that dinner was rolling along. Mr. Winter is fixing us up some nice tuna helper, so just a simple little Christmas Eve dinner, nothing crazy. And tomorrow I will be going to my parents' house, and I don't know what they're fixing up. My mom says that she's doing like a whole smorgasbord of different things, so I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what we're in for. It's nothing fancy. It's not going to be anything super special, I'm sure, but it'll be nice to just spend time once again with my parents. So yeah, that's a little better. Still feel like that side's not well fixed, but that's okay. I don't have to touch that side much. So, alright, so I'm back on. I hope you all can hear me. I hope everything is hooked up the way it's supposed to be. There we go. I think my camera got knocked. I'm gonna move you in. Oh, no, I can't move you in. That's as far as you go. Okay. Duly noted. That's fine. Okay. I gotta put my protector sheets back in here. Okay. And we're gonna pull out the babies. The babies. The babies. Oh, there it is. I'm breaking into random singing again. Okay. Derwent. So, oh, we have choices. Don't we have choices? I'm thinking... Thank you, Christine. I appreciate you letting me know that you're still there. Otherwise, I'm like, oh no, did everybody just click off? Does everybody hate me? No, that's an exaggeration, but it's nice to know that y'all are still around and that I'm still doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So, all right. So as far as our, whoops, dropping things. Okay, so as far as our colors go, okay, let's divide this dragon up a little bit. I keep calling it a dragon. It's not a dragon. It's an alien, but it's an alien dragon, you know? So, all right, so we've got to divide it up. I want to put as much color onto it as possible. So we've got the belly, which is the most prominent part. We've got the scales on the outside of the limbs here and the scales on the top of the back of the neck here. The scales then are on the side here and down on these horned objects. We've got the skin of the wings. Maybe I can more easily divide it up on the babies. So the belly is very prominent. We have to bear that in mind. So we want that to be a color that really, you know, pulls at our imagination. So I'm thinking if we do the scales blue, we do the underbelly purple, and then we do all the accents green. Yeah. What do you guys think about that? If we do blue body, blue scales, underbelly, and anything that seems like it's similar to the underbelly in purple, and then we do green accents, or do we want to replace the green with pink and we do blue scales, pink belly, purple accents? Or purple belly and pink accents? Or do we want to do the scales? See, this is the problem. This is the hardest part of planning a page, is things like this where it doesn't really matter because it's an alien, right? So like there's no rules per se. Also, I'm thinking too that maybe with the fixative on the page, it might help that the ink tents to cling a little bit and to stand on top of the paper instead of soaking in right away, because I had that problem in Anamorphia when I was trying my ink tents in the Anamorphia page. I found that the curvy paper was very thirsty and kind of soaked it in before I had a chance to work with it. So yeah, I'm thinking, okay, no, you know what, now I'm thinking purple and pink for the main body, and then the accents blue. Yeah. Purple for the main body, the scales. Pink for the underbelly. Yes, pink for the underbelly because the sky is pink, so she can camouflage a little bit as she's flying. Or the green? Or the pink? Okay, I don't know. Yeah, so I'm thinking pink for the underbelly, because that way it's like a camouflage, right? She's flying against the pink sky, even though we're going to do it really bright, whatever. Pink for the underbelly, purple for the outer scales. Well, let's start there, and we can decide if we want to do green or blue for the accents. Let's start with the pink and purple because we know that one. Okay. So, just look at my I think that the colors we choose as our base, Let's go with 1000 bright blue. If we use blue, that is. It was the first one that popped out at me. Purple. What is the base here? Dark or violet blue. Nightshade. Deep violet, I'm thinking. Pink, purple, blue? Yeah. I'm kind of thinking the same thing. If we use the bright blue for accents, we do deep violet 760. Where are you? Yeah, deep violet 760 and fuchsia, which is definitely going to be my most used Inktense because it's like my favorite color. Yeah, and we do fuchsia. Yeah, 700 fuchsia for the pink base. Okay, those are our main base colors. They're going to be bright. They are going to be vibrant. They are going to be a mess. Okay. Mess in a good way, though. This is going to be fun. Just visually plan this for a second. Yeah, this is all going to be the dark. Maybe I should put a base of some gray down first. In the shadow areas, I mean. You guys are really getting to see how my brain works here. Yeah, I'm going to put some storm dust down in some of the major shadow areas. Okay. Okay, I've got storm dust to do a little bit of shadowing just to kind of give us a head start. Might even use that as a base for some of the rocks and stuff as well. Yep, that might be where we go with it. Okay, so let's start with some storm dust. And let's create some shadows on this beast. So I'm starting medium pressure and then slowly pulling out and softening on the pressure as I go further away from the shadow areas. What are you... Get out of... The fruit flies, I'm telling you. What is going on? Anyway. So anywhere I'm near rocks, anywhere where there would be shadow, anywhere Kirby has indicated, I'm going a little darker and then slowly pulling up the pressure as I get further away from those areas. Oh, hey, Dawn. What's going on? I see you there. And yes, Amira, so many color choices. It is crazy. And yes, you are here twice in one day. And it is the same stream. We've just moved on to a different topic. We are now working in alien worlds. What do you know? So, all right, so we're going to put some more of this gray. Using the same scumbling motion. Just letting the pencil do the work for us. I think this will work out pretty well. It's boring. I hate that, like, when you're doing shading and stuff like this, it's just, you know, I know when you're on a stream in particular, it's like you want to see the exciting stuff. You want to see those bright colors start to come out. But unfortunately, that's the price you have to pay for pretty work, is that you have to take the time to get your shading in line first, right? It's going to be important to make sure that we get our base right, to do less work when we get to doing other things. Bear in mind that I have only done maybe 2 pages with Inktense. They're still practically brand new. So if I mess this up, you know, that's not really all that weird. That's to be expected at this point. The clouds are pretty. Yeah, thank you so much. We did them in Pan Pastel. And I just wanted to make sure that they were nice and light and soft. Cotton candy was my inspiration. I didn't realize until I actually sat back down after taking that break there that my voice is already getting tired. I don't do this that often. I mean, ever. This is technically my, like, first real live, so I'm not used to talking to people all that much. But that's okay. I don't need my voice for anything other than you guys, so if you use it all up, that's fine with me. I can hear my bunny snoring in the background again. It's probably the most common phrase that I say in my videos. Bunny snoring in the background again. If the camera didn't pick up my roommate's music earlier, it probably won't pick her up snoring over on the other side of the room, so don't try to hear it, you won't, but it's loud, believe me. I never would have guessed that the loudest snorer in our house would be our rabbit. Yeah, Doodle, Dawn, this is exactly what I was saying earlier. You know, I talk if something pops into my head, but I don't feel the need to force it, you know? If something pops up, I'll say it. If you guys have a question, I'll answer it. But, I'm not going to sit here and force myself to talk the whole time for no reason, right? The whole point of being here is just to kind of hang out, feel like you're socializing, feel like you're not alone. But yeah, but just do your own thing. Turns out maybe me not being able to get the settings right on the music is a good thing. Some people are finding that it's better without, so alright, that's cool. I don't need it. I really appreciate you guys letting me know, what's going on. I love hearing the feedback. I love hearing what works for you because, I don't know if you don't tell me. That's the thing. I can't, and of course I'm only going to do things that I'm comfortable with. If you make a suggestion and I'm like, nah, well then it's not going to happen and I don't feel bad about that. But if you make a suggestion and I'm like, oh, that sounds like an alright idea, I'd love to try it. I'd love to give it a go and see if it fits, And I may do different things. I may have some streams where it is loud and it is noisy and I'm talking the whole time or I've got music or whatever because some people like that and then some people will get their nice, quiet, sleepy streams, We'll see. We'll see how things go. Maybe I'll have a variety of different streams and maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just stick to one thing. We will see. That is how life goes. Me either. The royalty-free stuff gets kind of old after a while. Eventually it's the same old all over the place. Well, yeah, exactly, right? Because anything half decent has been copyrighted. That's the problem, right? So yeah, it's kind of just the same lo-fi beat, 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 beat. So if you don't need the music, then fine. Let's just not bother, right? Sadly, as someone with ADHD who has to live an extremely loud life, I find this very nice and calming. Well, that's great. I'm so glad that that this is working for you. I'm really happy to provide that. I'm enjoying it. I didn't have to run a, what are we at now? Almost 4-hour stream. I could have cut any time, but I'm enjoying this. I'm happy to just sit here and hang out. I mean, this is what I'd be doing anyway, right? I'd be sitting here coloring. I'd have one of you on in the background instead, doing the same thing, listening to somebody chat, or, you know, do a haul or color their own pictures. So if I'm, you know, going to be doing it anyway, why not turn on the camera and just let you guys sit with me, because I have the ability to do that. Not everybody has the ability to be on camera. Not everybody has the ability to even have the room to spread out a double page spread like this, right? So if I can provide, why not? I don't know if you guys can. I don't know if you. Not everyone has the cojones either. Points itself. Yeah, I get it. Some people are just not as comfortable. Yeah, no problem, Christine. You pop in and out as you need. You know, not everybody is as comfortable with their own voice, is as comfortable with, you know, being on camera, having their face out there, having even their hands out there. It's just not in their vibe. Me, I don't care. I got over that a long time ago, and I just, you know, if you guys like to hear what I have to say or what I don't have to say, then thank you very much. Yeah, then I mean, why not give that to you? Sorry, I'm distracted. Husband just dropped off dinner. It's gonna be turning into a bit of a mukbang for a second. Sorry about that. Got tuna noodles, but yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yes, I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera as much, but I feel like by adding this little bit of storm dust, like this little bit of gray, I'm just deepening the shadows ever so slightly, and I think it's going to give us a lot more dimension by adding that. Even though Kirby's already given us like a really good amount of dimension, I feel like that we can always enhance that a little bit by deepening the shadows. So by putting this underneath our vibrant colors, I'm hoping that I can get that nice 3D effect. Again, I don't know how much my camera is conveying to you because, again, it's questionable in nature, so. Christine, the shadows are great. Thank you. Again, I know this is the boring part, but gotta get this base down properly or else it's just gonna cause us more problems, you know. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. try to stuff some food in my face. I hope I'm not a weird eater. Hot. All right. Oh, poor neglected kitty. Mr. Winter over here has a cat that loves, it's not even his cat, it's one of the roommate's cats, and she just has fallen in love with him, like in love, head over heels. And he's currently trying to eat his dinner, and she's sitting there trying to get up on his lap, like, I'm so neglected, why don't you love me? It is pathetic. It is very, truly pathetic. She gets really jealous, too. If I'm over hanging out with him, if I hug him or whatever, she gets so mad. She's like, no, he's mine. Get away. Christine, you're going to color page 2? Great! Go ahead. Go get your stuff. Color along. Doesn't have to be the same page at all. Sometimes it's nice to, again, as has been said, just sit across the table from somebody and do your own thing, right? Trying to, like, eat but not right in your guys' faces. See, over here, I'm too close to the mic. Over here, I'm too close to the face camera. And over here, I'm too close to the hand camera. Okay, I'm gonna back up. This is weird. Thanks, Christine. Again, I don't want to weird anybody out by eating in front of their face, right? Like, some people are kind of weird about stuff like that. Just makes them uncomfortable, so... You know, I'm not worried about people seeing me eat. Some people really are touchy about that, but I don't care. But I also don't want to be rude. Yeah, Don, right? Trying to live in the camera and trying to like continually please everyone. That's just the life of anybody online, really. It's been so great, like, getting to just hang out with you guys. I'm getting to meet everybody that's come on stream. It's just been wonderful. Everybody that's come and gone and come back again, apparently. It's been really nice. Comfortable. Just because I am eating dairy-free doesn't mean I only deserve soy sauce and or Worcestershire sauce on the chicken. The inside of the chicken is bland, meaning there is no flavor on the inside of the chicken at all. I have to eat dairy-free so that I don't get sick. Yeah, it sucks. I mean, I think a lot of places are getting much better about accommodating different dietary restrictions. It's become much more commonplace now for places to really consider these types of things and have, alternate menus. Much easier than it was, 10 years ago, that's for sure. Yeah. Oh, wow. A lot of lactose intolerance over here. My goodness. Mr. Winter is intolerant of red meat. So he cannot have cow, pig, duck, lamb, any of the red meats. He can only have fish and chicken and turkey. Which is a really, interesting thing. People never expect it out of a guy that looks like him for some reason. They always expect him to be the big red meat eater, but no, white meat only. Yeah, sometimes when you use one material a lot, you'll start changing the way you use other materials. I find myself that that's true. The more that I've expanded out my pencil collection, the more I'm starting to use all my pencils differently than I did when I first started using them. I'm applying different techniques and using different strategies to get different results out of them. Yeah, everybody's got their intolerances and things that, you know, their body doesn't handle. I'm really lucky that at the moment, the only thing I'm allergic to is ragweed, which is annoying, but really not detrimental to my life. I can just take an allergy pill over the counter and I'm fine. So I'm very lucky that way. But I know a lot of people that have a lot of different problems. I grew up in a split household where my dad was the classic meat and potatoes kind of guy, but my mother was a vegetarian. So I have experience kind of on both ends of that spectrum. But no food allergies in my house either. And there's, as far as I know, no food allergies aside from my husband's intolerant to meat. There's nothing in our household right now with our roommates or anything either. Miro, it's all good. You do what you gotta do. We're here doing our thing. I'm taking a break because I need to eat something. But our shading's coming along really nice on the big dragon. I think I'm going to do the dragon thing first. And then I'm going to move on to the next element. Like, I'm not going to base everything with the grays. I'm just going to do the dragon with the grays. And then I'll put the bright colors on top. And then I'll activate. And then I'll see what I want to do with the rest of the elements, I think. Right? I mean, but this is what we would do if we were hanging out in person, right? Like, if we were friends that knew each other really well, and we didn't feel like watching a movie or anything, we would just be sitting on the couch. You know, one person would be coloring, one person would be reading a book, one person would be playing Candy Crush on their phone, you know? Like, it's fine. You guys just do you. I'm just here doing what I would be doing anyway. I just happen to turn on the camera to do it. So, you do what you gotta do. Okay. Set that down for a minute. Let's do some more shading here. I mean, it's what Mr. Winter and I do all the time. I'm sitting here coloring. I've got a YouTube video up usually. Again, one of you guys showing me your completed pages or coloring on a page, doing a tutorial, whatever. And he's sitting on the phone, sitting on the couch on his phone, looking at used cars or watching motocross videos or playing some silly war game, like a racing game. And we're perfectly content to just sit and be and exist and do our own thing. As long as we're in the same room, it doesn't really matter. Can't engage each other every minute of every day for the rest of your lives. Fighting with your baby goat. I don't know what that means, but you'll have to explain. Because if you mean you have a real baby goat, I'm going to lose it. What? You've got to be kidding me. You have a goat in your house. Sorry, ears, people. I want a goat. That is so cute. Oh my goodness. That is so cool that you have a house goat. That is amazing. I mean, I have a rabbit, but like, it's not the same thing. That's so cool. Although I'm sure I'd get sick of how attention seeking it is, because I can just imagine it. You know, I've met some outdoor goats, and once they gotta get attached to you, they really, they can be very persistent, so. Amira, thanks for stopping in. I hope the church service goes well. I hope you have an excellent holiday season. It was really, really awesome to have you stop in. I'm so glad you're here. She thinks she's a lapdog. Yeah, I mean, that about tracks. Goats being a lapdog, yeah, that sounds about right. I picture them as being very rambunctious cats, kind of, But yeah, I can imagine that they're very, very attention-seeking from the goats I've met. Honey, Doodle Don has a house goat. Can we get it?
Getting a house goat.
No. Apparently I can't get a house goat. Amira, you're from Idaho. Where are you all from? Well, me, I am sitting here in southwestern Ontario, Canada. Oh, you sent a picture on Instagram, did you? Oh, hold on. Let me pull up my iPad here. I need to see this. Oh my goodness. He's so cute. Look at his little face and his little feet. Oh. I want him. Little ears. Oh my goodness. He is so cute. So cute. What's his name? Tell me the name. Just baby. Just baby. Oh my god. That is so cute. I love it. I absolutely love it. That's so great. Okay. I want to get this shadowing down. I want to put down some color. Okay. Yeah, no, ma'am. Yeah. Oh. Tell me, how does one come to be in possession of a house goat? Is there some sort of magical spell or sacrifice one must make in order to make this happen? Oh, all right. We've got most of our shadowing done here, so I guess we can put some color down now. We said pink belly, purple upper, right? Okay. Goat fairies are real. Well now. That is an excellent answer, but does not help me in the least in how I concoct getting a goat. So, thanks for nothing. Okay, I've got my deep violet 0760, and we're going in and we are putting some color on this creature. And I am basically just layering the purple right over top of the gray. A woman I work with got overloaded with babies and had to get rid of them. I took the youngest one she had. Oh, that really is a goat fairy. Am I going to activate the derwent? Yes, I surely am. I will be activating once I get this layer down. I will be putting the purple down, I will be putting the pink down, and then I will be activating. Because I know that those are the layers I want in, and then if we need to, we will plop more layers on top. But I want the gray to be mixed in very well with the purple and pink so that we create a very subtle and well mixed shadow effect. After I got scammed on Marketplace. Oh no, what happened on Marketplace? Guy tried to sell me a goat for $150, but when it was all said and done, he was wanting like almost $800. Lost the $150, got to looking, and he had stolen the pics from another website. Oh no. That is awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, you gotta be really careful. There's a lot of schemers out there. Really terrible people that'll take hard advantage of you. But at least you have one now, and that's very exciting. I'm so glad that you have her and that you're happy. That's wonderful. Wait, there's enough people where you live that want baby goats that this guy was able to like multi-scam people? Man, I never would have thought. Oh, no worries. Again, you do you. All right, let's have some more food here. Getting too old for this, yeah. Getting too old for what? Gestures vaguely, you know? Thank you, Christine. Yeah, I think it's going to be really pretty once it's activated. Obviously, with Derwent ink tints, it's always darker. And once you activate it, it really brightens up and really brings out the color. I think it's going to be really nice once we get these things moving. All right. Let's move to the next side here. I gotta sharpen this pencil. There's something stuck in my sharpener. It is not behaving. Sharpener, what you do? Okay, try this again. There we go. You're new to watercolor pencils? Yeah, they're a different breed of animal. You know, you've got to take your time to figure it out. And of course, each brand of watercolor pencil is going to behave a little bit differently than the other. Ink tints in particular are quite different in that they actually get brighter as you activate them. They behave in a different way than watercolor pencils, which is literally just a normal watercolor pencil is literally just a pan of watercolor filed into into a cylinder and then put inside of wood. So it's literally just watercolor paint. These are more like compressed dehydrated ink. So when they go down bright and bold, and they really contribute to your color. Whereas when you activate a watercolor pencil, it's going to dilute and become soft and more likely pastel. So it's quite a different thing altogether. And your neighbors be jamming. Like, as in they're having like a Christmas party? Yeah, I believe you. I guess it's that time of year, right? Mm-hmm. Like with ink tints, with watercolor pencils, I tend to just slop them down wherever, because then I can just sort of move them around with my water. Whereas with ink tints, I try to put it where I'm gonna want it once it's activated, because it really like dyes and stains the paper quite quickly. So once it's down, it's down. It's permanent. You can't move it again. So. But the results of the ink tints are just incomparable. Oh, geez, they were shaking your windows. Well, that's rude. That's a little much, no kidding. I'm looking forward to trying a new medium with RA. It's getting difficult to hold pencils for a long stretch. Yeah, that's gotta be rough. I'm sorry to hear that, Stacy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's really tough. It really sucks. I don't even know what to say. I can't imagine. Still keeping up with the bingo though? Yeah, I've been seeing you posted a few things. That's really fantastic. I've been trying to get everybody up on my story if I can, but it's tough to keep up. I've got a fair amount of participation, which is great. I myself, yeah, all the green dots are my hubby's. He's already got one line, which is cool. All the pink X's are, of course, mine. So I'm sitting at 1, 2, 3, 4 lines so far. Of course, I'm going for a full card. So, yeah, this is gonna be good. We're almost there. You're having trouble finding one with snow falling? Well, I have a really easy solution for that. Stacy, just draw snow falling. Right? Just take like a white Posca and in the background put a bunch of dots in and there. Look, snow's falling. Don't worry about it. It's all good. You can figure it out. I believe in you. And I have a sled picture, and was the deer in Hannah Carl's on the group buddy page? I don't know what you mean by that. You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't know what you mean. But I think our purple is done for now. And I'm getting a bit tired. So maybe we might have to call it soon and activate it next stream, unfortunately. because I don't want to start getting tired and then make a mistake. Yeah. It's getting to that point that unfortunately I think I'm going to have to call it, guys. You guys have been fantastic, and we made a lot of progress on this page. Like, it's starting to look like something is actually happening here, and I'm so glad. It has been an honor and a privilege to sit and stream with you guys for almost 5 hours. It has been great and fun and fantastic, and I'm definitely gonna do this again. I have a sled page for bingo. The other, maybe another. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, that sounds good, Christine. You may just draw one then. Yeah, good. Go for it. Do it. Like, again, I don't want you to feel like you have to stress about this. I just want you to have fun. It's just little prompts to help you look for ways to spice up your coloring, you know? Thank you so much, Christine. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. This has been great. I got a lot of progress on this page, and I've been putting this page off for a while, so I'm glad that you guys were here to kind of help me figure it out and stuff. I'm going to make sure I write down everything that I used so that we know for next stream. I don't have a plan for next stream, but there will absolutely be... Oh, hey, Liz! Oh, my goodness! Liz, you just got here, and I was just saying that I'm getting tired. I've been here for 5 hours, so I'm thinking I'm gonna call it now. But thank you for stopping in. I really appreciate it. I don't have a plan for next stream, but there will be another live coming up probably this week, and I will put a notice up on Instagram, possibly a post on the community tab about when it's going to be. Because I really enjoyed doing this, and I would really like to do it again with you guys, because this was really, really, really great. And I want to get more of this done on camera with you, because that went really well. It really helped me to inspire me, to move me forward, to make sure that I was, you know, getting done what I wanted to get done. So that's really fantastic. So I really appreciate everybody that's been here. I really appreciate even Liz, you just stopping in. Sorry you had to like kind of catch us right at the tail end of the stream, but yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, you know, everybody be safe, be happy. I'm so glad that you were here, and I will see you in the next one. Toodaloo!